Welcome to Sweet Dream Storytelling, where we unwind, relax, and drift into dreamland. I'm your host, Mike, and I'm so glad you're joining me tonight. Let's get cozy and settle in. Story for this evening is Willow Fist. Chapter 1, The Final Straw. Rain fell in a lazy drizzle, soaking the wooden training floor of the dojo. Kenji stood barefoot, fists clenched, shirt torn from the latest scuffle. Around him, 3 other students groaned on the floor, bruised, defeated, and humiliated. Master Hiroshi's face was red with fury. "Get out, Kenji. You disgraced this dojo for the last time." Kenji spat blood to the side, breathing heavily. "They started it. They tested you. You responded like a brawler, not a martial artist." Hiroshi's voice was cold. "You have skill, but no control, no respect, no honor." Kenji looked around. The other students, once his peers, avoided his eyes. Even the youngest apprentice, barely 12, glared at him. Kenji snatched his travel bag from the wall hook, muttering, "Then maybe honor's overrated." Outside, the rain had turned the dirt path to mud. His feet sank with every step as he walked away from his 3rd failed school. The cold didn't bother him. The shame did. By the time he reached his home village, the sun had broken through the clouds. Children ran past him, laughing, their wooden swords clacking in a playful duel. One of them noticed him. "Hey, it's Kenji the dropout," the boy shouted. Kenji grunted and kept walking, but the words stung. He used to be the village's golden boy, now he was the punchline to a bad joke. He arrived at the small tea house where Hannah worked. She was wiping tables when he entered. Her long black hair tied back, eyes focused. When she saw him, her expression shifted from surprise to disappointment. "Another one?" she asked, barely needing to. Kenji dropped into a chair. "They didn't get me. Too stiff, too uptight, or maybe you're too reckless," she said, pouring tea. "You're like a storm in a teacup. Everyone gets wet." He scowled. "You always this poetic, or just when you're scolding me?" She ignored the jab. "Kenji, if you keep doing this, you'll waste the one thing you've got going for you." "What?" "My charm. Your talent." She leaned in. "Do you remember the stories about Master Sato?" Kenji snorted. "The drunk who talks to trees. He's not just a drunk, he trained warriors, real ones. Before he disappeared into the mountains, my father said Sato was a genius, just too weird for the big schools." Kenji sipped the tea. It was bitter. "Like everything today, you want me to hike up a mountain to beg a washed-up hermit for help?" Hana raised an eyebrow. "No, I want you to prove you're not done yet." That night, Kenji stood at the edge of the village, looking up at the mountain trail winding through the fog. Crickets chirped. The willows rustled in the wind like they were whispering secrets. He adjusted his pack and muttered to himself, "Fine, one last chance." Then he took the first step toward the unknown. Chapter 2, Echoes of Potential. The mountain trail was less a path and more a series of guesses. Roots clawed at Kenji's boots, stones threatened to twist his ankles, and mist clung to the ground like a living thing. He grumbled as he pushed through, swatting at branches. "Echoes of potential," he muttered, mimicking Hana's dramatic tone. "Sounds like something a monk would carve into a rock and forget." By midday, the forest had thickened. The trees were older here, taller, especially the willows. Their long flowing branches swept low like they were bowing. The air was still, but the trees moved gently, as if breathing. It made his skin crawl in a strange way, peaceful, yet aware. Then he heard it. A flute. High, clear notes drifted on the wind, not polished or formal, playful, wandering, like someone playing for themselves and no one else. Kenji followed the sound until the trees opened into a clearing. It was like stepping into a dream. A wide grove stretched before him, full of towering willows swaying in synchronized rhythm. In the center stood a rickety wooden house, built around the largest tree. Lanterns hung from the branches, swaying with the wind. Wind chimes made of old sake bottles clinked softly. And there he was, an old man in a faded blue robe, sitting cross-legged on a flat stone, playing the flute with eyes closed and a half-empty gourd of sake by his side. Kenji stepped into the grove. The music stopped instantly. "Too loud," the man said without looking. "You walk like a bear." Kenji crossed his arms. You, Master Sato? The old man took a long drink, sighed, and said, I was. Now I'm just a humble drunk with good taste in scenery. I want to learn from you. Sato opened one eye and squinted at him. Let me guess. Got kicked out. Too wild for the rules. Too proud to quit. Kenji stiffened. Something like that. Sato burped, wiped his mouth, and laughed. I've seen your kind before. Hot-headed, talented. Think you're the storm, but you're just wind in a jar. I'm not like the others. No, you're worse. He stood up with surprising fluidity for someone so aged and tipsy. You think talent is enough. It's not. Kenji stepped forward. Then teach me. Show me how to use it. Sato studied him for a long moment. Then he tossed his sake gourd at Kenji. Steal it. From me. Kenji caught it. What? If you can take it, really take it. I'll teach you, but be warned. I don't give second chances. Kenji raised an eyebrow. You sure you want to do this? Sato didn't answer. He simply smiled and stepped into a loose flowing stance. Kenji lunged, and the old man vanished. 10 minutes later, Kenji lay in the grass, groaning, the gourd spinning in front of him untouched. Sato sipped calmly, perched on a willow branch above. Still want to learn? Kenji winced and gave a bitter grin. Hell yes, Sato laughed. Good, then we begin at sunrise. Chapter 3. Journey into the Grove. Kenji woke to the sound of wind chimes and the smell of fermented rice. The sun hadn't fully risen yet, but soft gold filtered through the willow branches. The grove shimmered with dew. Everything felt alive. The trees creaked gently. The air carried a weightless calm, like the space between dreams and waking. He sat up, joints aching from where he'd fallen the night before. Sato was already awake, standing barefoot in the grass, doing something between a dance and a stretch. His body moved like water arms flowing outward, feet gliding barely above the ground. Eyes closed, the sleeves of his robe fluttered like wings. It was both graceful and completely unpredictable. There was no clear pattern, no rhythm Kenji could follow. You're late, Sato said without opening his eyes. I didn't realize you meant before dawn, Kenji muttered, rubbing his neck. There's no such thing as early or late here. Time doesn't matter, only movement does. Kenji raised an eyebrow. Is that supposed to sound deep? Nope, it just confuses arrogant students. Sato turned sharply and pointed toward a line of willow trees. Your first task, walk the grove. That's it? Without touching the ground. Kenji blinked. Excuse me. Sato tossed him a long, crooked walking stick. You want to master the willow fist. First, learn to move like a willow. Light, flexible, fluid. Use the branches. Kenji looked at the trees. The lowest limbs swayed just above head height, and the trunks were narrow and bent. Those won't hold my weight. They won't, Sato agreed. Not if you stomp like a ball. The next few hours were a blur of scraped hands, awkward falls, and a great deal of swearing. Kenji climbed, balanced, leapt, and repeatedly landed face first in the grass. The willows offered no sympathy. Their branches recoiled from him, swinging wildly whenever he got too confident. Above it all, Sato sat drinking tea, occasionally chuckling and offering unhelpful advice. You're too rigid. You move like a soldier. A willow doesn't resist the wind. It becomes it. I'm trying not to die, Kenji growled, gripping a branch with both hands. Good, Sato said. Fear keeps you awake, but flexibility keeps you alive. By sunset, Kenji finally made it from one end of the grove to the other without falling. He collapsed under a tree, panting, sweat soaking his clothes. Sato approached, holding out a bowl of miso soup. You'll do. Kenji took it gratefully. That was just day one. That was just step one of day one. Kenji groaned. Why the trees? What's so special about them? Sato looked around, and for once his voice softened. These willows survived the fires of war. They bent, they swayed, they whispered, but they never broke. While warriors fell and empires crumbled, the willows danced. They remember everything. If you listen closely, they might teach you too. Kenji glanced at the trees. their branches swaying gently even without wind. For the first time, he didn't just see plants. He saw potential. Chapter 4. The Old Man and the Sake. The next morning, Kenji woke to the unmistakable glug-glug of liquid pouring. He groaned and sat up, finding Master Sato reclining in the crook of a willow branch, balancing precariously on one leg while taking slow sips from his ever-present sake gourd. Somehow, despite the height and awkward angle, he didn't spill a single drop. "Really?" Kenji muttered. "Drinking before breakfast? Who said I haven't had breakfast?" Sato grinned down at him. "Sake is rice. Rice is food. I'm just skipping a few steps." Kenji rolled his eyes. "And I'm the reckless one." Sato jumped down effortlessly, landing with a soft thud like a feather hitting grass. "You still think this is about punching hard and standing tall, don't you?" Kenji shrugged. "That's what most styles are." Sato walked over and handed him a fresh gourd, lighter, half-filled. "Today's lesson, learn to move while off balance. Isn't the whole point of martial arts staying balanced?" Sato tapped him lightly on the forehead. "Balance isn't stiffness, it's flow. A bamboo bends, a river curves. You fight like a brick." Kenji sniffed the gourd. "Are you seriously telling me I have to fight drunk?" "No, I'm telling you to move like you're drunk." Sato took a swig from his own gourd. "Unpredictable, loose, alive. Real drunks are hard to hit because they don't even know where they're going. You're always trying to look cool." Kenji laughed, a little despite himself. "Is that a crime?" "It is when your spine's so straight it snaps under pressure." Sato demonstrated what he called the 4 teeters. A series of exaggerated, off-kilter steps, forward lurch, side sway, back stumble, spin recovery. It looked ridiculous, like a clumsy man trying not to fall on his face. But when Sato flowed it together, it worked. Each movement blended into the next, like water escaping a jar. Uncatchable, Kenji attempted to mimic the moves. He overcompensated, flailed, fell, and ended up flat on his back. Sato burst out laughing. "You look like a toddler on a boat." Kenji groaned. "This is nonsense." "Exactly," Sato cheered. "Nonsense breaks patterns. Patterns get punished." Later that day, Sato laid out several wooden dummies in the grove. Each one had swinging arms, ropes, and even hidden weights that moved when struck. "Drunken style isn't about mindless wobbling," Sato said. "It's about rhythm, without repetition. If they can predict your moves, they can kill you. So, give them a show." Kenji stumbled through his first few attempts, trying to imitate Sato's looseness. The dummies clacked him across the shoulder, chest, and ribs. Again and again, his frustration simmered until it boiled. "I can fight 10 guys at once," Kenji growled, catching his breath. "But I can't even dodge a stupid stick." Sato sat under a willow, sipping. "You fight like fire, but sometimes wind beats fire." Kenji blinked. "That sounds like something you stole from a fortune cookie." Sato just smiled. That night, sore and sorely annoyed, Kenji sat under a willow, holding the training gourd. He swayed it gently, watching the liquid inside ripple. His own reflection warped with every movement. Maybe Sato was onto something. Maybe unpredictability wasn't weakness. Maybe it was freedom. Chapter 5. The first lesson. Humility. The morning air was crisp, but Kenji was already sweating. Sato had blindfolded him and handed him a bamboo stick. "Today you learn how little you know." "Blindfolded?" Kenji said, adjusting the knot. "What am I? A street performer?" Sato's voice was calm, amused. "If you can't see, you'll have to feel. If you can't guess, you'll have to listen. Every master knows what the eyes lie about." Kenji took a ready stance. Immediately he felt a whack on the back of his knee. He yelped and stumbled forward. "What the hell?" Lesson 1. Don't talk in combat, Sato said, somewhere behind him. Another whack to his ribs. Kenji swung blindly. Air. He spun, struck again. Missed. It was chaos. For the next hour, Sato circled him silently like a ghost, tapping, striking, nudging. Not hard, but enough to frustrate. Enough to sting Kenji's ego with every miss, every trip, every time he heard Sato chuckle just out of reach. Kenji ripped off the blindfold. "This isn't training, this is humiliation." "Exactly," Sato said, sitting cross-legged in the grass with a plum in one hand. "Humiliation is a doorway. Walk through it, and you find humility. Stay outside, and you rot in pride." Kenji paced like a caged animal. "What good is all this dancing around? I need real defense, real fighting." "You want to defend yourself?" Sato took a bite of the plum. "Then defend this." He tossed the fruit at Kenji. Instinctively, Kenji caught it. At that instant, a foot swept his legs from under him, and he hit the ground hard. Sato stood over him, still chewing. Lesson 2. Instincts can be used against you. Kenji stared up at the canopy of willows, dazed. "You're enjoying this, aren't you?" "Immensely," Sato said, flopping down beside him. "But also, you're improving." Kenji scoffed. "By getting my ass handed to me?" "No." Sato looked at him seriously for the first time all day. "By staying down and listening. Most fighters think their fists talk the loudest. But silence," he gestured at the trees. "Silence holds secrets." Kenji sat up, still catching his breath. The wind picked up, and the willows above them began to sway in long, slow arcs. Watching them, Kenji suddenly saw what Sato meant. They weren't resisting the wind, they were moving with it. That night, Kenji ate his rice silently, bruised but thoughtful. Sato poured him a shallow cup of sake, not for drinking, but for balance practice. "Place it on your head, don't spill, walk the grove." Kenji raised an eyebrow but didn't argue. As he walked, arms out, steps slow, he realized something. He had stopped trying to win at the lessons. He was just trying to learn. Chapter 6. Roots and Branches. The grove was quieter than usual. No wind, no chimes, no flute, just the creak of wood and the soft crunch of Kenji's footsteps as he followed Sato deeper than ever into the willow forest. The old man had said nothing all morning, just gestured for Kenji to follow. The trees grew thicker here, older, their trunks twisted in strange shapes, their roots like serpents crawling across the forest floor. The air felt heavier, like the trees were holding their breath. Finally, Sato stopped. Before them stood a massive willow, far taller than the rest. Its branches hung low and long, some trailing along the moss-covered ground. The bark was scarred with strange faded markings. "This," Sato said, voice soft, "is the heart of the grove." Kenji stepped closer. "What happened to it?" "War," Sato replied. "Years ago, before I ever came here, this grove was a battlefield. Men died beneath these branches, chasing glory, revenge, pride, and still, the willows." Kenji ran a hand along the bark. It felt alive, worn, but unbroken. "They say willows remember," Sato continued. "Every scar, every storm, every whisper in the wind. These trees saw everything and survived." Kenji glanced back at him. "That's why you train here?" Sato nodded. "I used to believe in strength. Straight lines, iron discipline. Then I lost everything. My students, my purpose. I came here to die. But the trees wouldn't let me." He placed a hand on the ancient trunk, reverently. "They taught me the real art, the one no scroll can explain." Kenji tilted his head. "And what's that?" Sato smiled. "Adaptation." The rest of the day, Sato trained Kenji, not with strikes or techniques, but with stillness. "Feel the roots," he said, standing beside Kenji under a willow. "Bend your knees, close your eyes, listen." Kenji did. At first, all he felt was the dirt beneath his toes. Then he began to notice patterns, the subtle shift of wind, the creaking of a branch, a distant bird call. The world moved, even in silence. "You're not separate from this grove," Sato said. "You're part of it. Every movement you make should echo the earth and the wind." That night, Kenji lay on his back, arms folded beneath his head, watching the canopy above. For the first time in a long while, he didn't feel like a fighter or a failure. He felt like a seed, something buried, something changing. And deep inside, something small began to grow. Chapter 7. The Willow Walk. The next morning, the grove was alive with movement. The wind had returned, tugging playfully at the willows. Their long branches dipped and danced in the air, creating a rhythmic rustling that sounded almost like laughter. Kenji stood at the edge of the grove, staring up at the thick lattice of branches that swayed high above the forest floor. "Tell me you're not serious," he said, eyes narrowing. Sato nodded solemnly. "You'll never understand the art if you don't trust the dance. You want me to walk across trees, moving trees. Not walk, glide." Sato leaned against a trunk, sipping casually from his gourd. "Today, you learn rhythm, the willow walk." Kenji stared upward again. The branches moved like waves. They didn't just sway side to side. They dipped, rebounded, recoiled. Unpredictable, dangerous. "Great," he muttered. "Death by interpretive tree ballet." Sato had tied ribbons to several branches, marking a path, a winding high route that zigzagged across the grove. "No jumping," he said. "No bracing. You must step with the trees, match their sway, feel the rhythm, predict their movement, and trust your body." Kenji took a deep breath and climbed the first trunk. Immediately, the wind shifted. The branch beneath his feet swung slightly. He adjusted, almost overcorrected, and wobbled. "Relax," Sato called from below. "You're not fighting the trees, you're dancing with them." It was slow at first, every step a gamble, every movement calculated. But as Kenji progressed, something shifted. He stopped trying to anticipate. He started responding, letting go, trusting his senses over his thoughts. And then, he flowed, branch to branch, like a leaf drifting across the current. His feet landed lightly. His arms swung with balance. He dipped with the bends, twisted with the turns. There was no fear, only feeling. Even the wind seemed to carry him forward. He reached the final ribbon and dropped to the ground, breathless, but grinning. Sato clapped slowly, his grin wide. "Took you long enough." Kenji wiped sweat from his brow. "That was insane. That was instinct," Sato said. "You weren't thinking, you were being. That is the core of Willow Fist. Motion without resistance. Thought without hesitation." Kenji sat in the grass, heart still pounding. "It felt like I wasn't even me up there." "You weren't," Sato said. "You were something better." That night, Kenji dreamed of trees, dancing in the wind, laughing as they bent, never breaking. He woke with sore legs, a calm heart, and a quiet fire burning in his chest. Whatever was coming, he was starting to believe he'd be ready. Chapter 8. The Bandit's Warning. The first sign was the silence. Birdsong vanished. The chimes in the grove hung still. Even the ever-chatty wind went mute. Sato paused mid-flute, eyes narrowing. Kenji felt it too, an unnatural weight in the air, like something watching. Then came the smoke, dark, curling tendrils rising beyond the northern ridge. Not from the grove, but close. Too close. By midday, the source was clear. A group of villagers arrived, panting, clothes torn and eyes wide. They found Kenji and Sato in the grove's outer edge, where Sato was teaching Kenji how to absorb a strike through body alignment. "Bandits," one man gasped. "They came through the northern valley, set fire to the rice stores," said they, "coming back for the grove." Sato didn't speak. Kenji stepped forward. "Why the grove?" "They said the trees were cursed," the woman added. "Said they held some ancient power, and if we didn't surrender the land, they'd take it." Kenji's fists tightened. "Let them try." Sato put a hand on his shoulder. "No." Kenji turned, confused. "You're just gonna let them threaten us?" "I said no," Sato repeated, calm but firm. "You are not ready." Kenji pulled away, eyes blazing. "You've taught me all this movement, instinct, rhythm, but now I'm supposed to just sit still." "Training is not testing," Sato said. "You move like water now, but you still think like fire. That will get you and them killed." Kenji stormed off, deeper into the grove. He paced beneath the trees, adrenaline humming. His body wanted to move, to fight. The old Kenji, the reckless one, was clawing to get out. But then he remembered the branches. How they bent, how they waited for the wind, and how Sato moved with stillness before he ever struck. Maybe he was wrong. Maybe he wasn't ready. That night, Hana arrived. She found Kenji sharpening a wooden staff by moonlight. "I heard what happened." He nodded. They'll come back, and you'll fight them. I want to, but I'm starting to think wanting isn't enough. Anana sat beside him. You're changing. Am I? Kenji asked quietly. She smiled. The old you would have already chased after them, fists flying. This you is thinking. That's progress. He looked out at the grove. The wind had returned. Gentle and slow, the trees swayed like they were listening. I'm not afraid of fighting, he said. I'm afraid of fighting wrong. Far off in the darkness, just beyond the hills, a bandit scout crouched in the brush, watching the grove. He marked the willow trees in a crude notebook, grinning to himself. They'd come soon, and when they did, they wouldn't come quietly. Chapter 9. The Dance of Wind and Wine. The morning began with sake, not to drink, at least, not at first. Kenji stood barefoot in the center of the grove, holding a shallow ceramic cup filled to the brim. The wind stirred the willows. The cup trembled in his hands. You spill, you start over, Sato said, standing opposite him with his own cup perfectly still. This is not a lesson in sobriety. It is a lesson in surrender. Kenji raised an eyebrow. Surrender to what? Sato smiled faintly. To the moment, he stepped forward and began to move. It was not like anything Kenji had seen before. Sato stumbled left, right, spun lazily, tripped forward, but somehow landed in a roll that transitioned seamlessly into a standing sweep. His body folded and unfolded like cloth in the wind. His limbs bent where they should. His strikes looked accidental, but each one would have knocked out a man twice his size. And through it all, not a drop of sake spilled. This style, Sato said, rising from his final bay, was born in chaos. It looks like madness. That's why it works. Your enemy watches your shape, your form, but when you move like water, like wine in a storm, they can't read you. Kenji nodded slowly. And the cup? You'll learn control by pretending to have none. The next 3 days were the strangest of Kenji's life. He practiced falling forward while keeping his center loose. He learned to let his knees buckle at odd angles, to twist at the last moment, to stumble with grace. Sato had him spin with the cup on his head, roll with it in his palm, sway with it between his teeth. He looked insane, and he kept spilling, over and over. Loosen your spine, Sato would call. You're too tense. I am tense, Kenji yelled back, arms flailing, sake splashing all over him. This is ridiculous. Exactly, Sato beamed. Now you're getting it. By the 5th night, Kenji sat cross-legged by the fire, soaked in rice wine, sore in muscles he didn't know existed. But something was different. He felt different. Looser, quieter inside. Like there was less static in his brain. He lifted the cup and tipped it gently. Still, he smiled. The next morning, Sato greeted him with 2 wooden training swords. No more cups, the master said. Now dance with danger. In the next phase of training, Kenji sparred while maintaining that same unpredictable rhythm, never stepping where he was expected, never striking in a straight line. He feinted stumbles that turned into sweeps, faked slips that became counters. At first, it was messy, but then it started to flow, like a storm that laughs while it spins. Now, Sato said one evening, sitting atop a branch, legs swinging like a child's, you don't just look drunk. You fight like a man with no plan, no fear, and no weakness. Kenji grinned from below. So I'm ready? Sato's smile faded slightly. You're close. But wine without a bottle is just a mess. You still need a vessel to hold your chaos. Kenji raised a brow. And what's the vessel? Discipline. Sato's eyes gleamed in the lantern light. Even madness needs a rhythm. And as the night deepened, Kenji danced under the trees with his wooden blade, his shadow flickering across the grove, moving like wind-wrapped wine, a warrior, becoming a storm. Chapter 10. The Mirror Gourd. Sato placed it in front of him, like it was sacred. A tall, lacquered gourd, polished to a near-glass finish. Its surface shimmered with old carvings, and in its curve, Kenji could see a warped reflection of his own face, blurry, slightly distorted, but undeniably him. This, Sato said, is the Mirror Gourd. The final test before we move on. Kenji frowned. Is it filled with something? Yes. Wine, Sato said, dead serious. But not for drinking. Kenji leaned in. Okay, so what's the test? Sato sat back and crossed his arms. Hold the gourd, drink only once, then fight your reflection. Kenji blinked. Wait, what? Your worst enemy, Sato said, is the version of you that thinks he knows it all. Kenji stepped into the center of the grove. A mirror had been propped against a tree, old and cracked, reflecting his slightly exaggerated movements. He took the gourd in both hands, drank only once. The warmth hit his throat, then his chest. It spread fast, bringing a familiar looseness to his limbs. His posture shifted, his guard dropped just slightly, and for a moment, he felt invincible. He began the form, the willow dance. Spin, stagger, roll, sway. But this time, something was off. His steps were too wide. His arms flailed too much. He was more sloppy than fluid, and his reflection, though cracked, was showing him exactly what he was becoming. A drunk with power and no direction. Sato watched from the shadows, silent. Kenji stumbled mid-sweep, fell hard onto his side, rolled to his knees, and gritted his teeth. I'm fine, he muttered. He got up, tried again. Faster, sloppier. He was trying to force the flow, and the more he tried, the more he spilled. Finally, Sato stepped in. No words, just a movement, a single, slow, graceful arc of his arm that unbalanced Kenji mid-strike and sent him sprawling backward, the gourd flying into the air. It hit the ground, shattered. Wine soaked the earth. Kenji stared at the mess. Sato crouched beside him. That, he said quietly, was you. They sat in silence for a long time. The moonlight reflected in the spilled wine like stars. You said to drink, Kenji whispered. Sato nodded. Yes, but you drank to feel powerful. That's not the point. The wine is not the strength. The strength is in the control. Kenji looked down at his hands. Drunken style isn't chaos for chaos' sake, Sato said. It's the illusion of chaos. Beneath it must be stillness. Kenji closed his eyes. He thought about how good it had felt for a moment, and how quickly it fell apart. The next morning, he trained with no gourd, no wine, just himself, and the wind and the whisper of willow branches brushing past his shoulders. Each step was quieter, each movement cleaner. That night, he carved a new gourd from a fallen tree branch. It was rough, unpolished, but it was his. And this time it wouldn't be filled with anything but intention. Chapter 11. Clash at the riverbend. The river twisted like a silver ribbon, just beyond the grove, its banks overgrown and quiet, too quiet. Sato had sent Kenji out alone that morning to gather water and listen to the flow. Simple task, peaceful. But Kenji's gut was tight. The wind had changed, and the birds weren't singing. He crouched by the river's edge, filling his new carved gourd, when he heard it. A soft crunch behind him. Kenji froze. He didn't turn right away. Instead, he let his body shift into flow, relaxed knees, lowered center, eyes calm. He was a willow now, not a stone. I heard about you, the voice said. Rough, confident, the dancing fool in the forest. Kenji stood slowly, turning to face the stranger. A bandit scout, light armor, twin hooked blades strapped across his back. A scar curled from the corner of his mouth to his ear like a permanent smirk. You're scouting us, Kenji said plainly. The bandit nodded. You're not much of a secret anymore. He circled slowly, blades out now. My boss thinks your master's tricks are just old man nonsense. Said I could have some fun on my way back. Kenji didn't move. He let his breath settle. Let the sounds return. The trickle of the river, the rustle of leaves, the faint squeal of his own heartbeat in his ears. Last chance, the scout said. Run. Kenji didn't. He swayed. The first strike came low and fast, one of the twin hooks slicing toward Kenji's side. He shifted like smoke, the blade missing by inches. The second blade arced up for his chest. Kenji spun backward, not with precision, but with that unpredictable wobble, the one Sato had drilled into his bones. The blade scraped air. The bandit snarled. Stop dodging. But Kenji wasn't dodging. He was dancing. They fought across the riverbank, the bandits slashing wildly, frustrated, swinging for patterns that never landed. Kenji flowed with the chaos. His steps never repeated, his center always shifting. Every time the bandit thought he had him, Kenji was already somewhere else. A fake stumble turned into a sweep, a backward fall turned into a shoulder roll, and a rising strike to the ribs. The scout went down hard, wheezing. Kenji stepped back, not to gloat, but to breathe. He hadn't even drawn a weapon. The bandit groaned, trying to crawl away. Kenji walked over and picked up one of the hooked blades, snapping the tip against a stone. "Tell your boss," he said, voice calm. "The Willow Grove won't bend for thieves." The scouts stumbled off into the woods, bleeding pride more than blood. Kenji stood alone again by the river, breathing heavily. Then, a voice from the trees. "You didn't kill him." Sato stepped into view, arms folded. Kenji shook his head. "Didn't need to." Sato smiled. "Now, you're ready." As the river flowed on, Kenji looked at his reflection in its ripples, blurred, but steady. He didn't just survive that fight, he shaped it. Chapter 13. Secrets of the Grove. The rain came without warning, not a storm, just a steady, gentle drizzle that made the grove shimmer. The willows seemed to welcome it, their branches heavy with droplets, bowing lower as if in mourning. Kenji was sweeping the training space when he noticed something strange beneath the wet leaves. Old stone, half buried, carved with characters worn almost to nothing. He brushed it clean, a faded name, Ryoken Dojo. Sato was standing behind him. "You weren't supposed to find that yet." Kenji turned. "This was a dojo?" Sete didn't answer immediately. Instead, he sat on a nearby root, staring at the rain as if it were memory-made water. This grove was once a sanctuary, a hidden school, founded by my master and a handful of warriors who wanted to study the old ways. Fluid, formless, rooted in the elements. We called it Ryuken, Willow Spirit Fist. Kenji sat beside him, quiet, listening. We didn't believe in kingdoms, or masters, or war. We believed in movement, harmony, strength through surrender. But peace, Sato's fingers curled. Peace is dangerous when men want control. Kenji didn't need to ask what happened. The warlords came, Sato said. One by one they tried to use us, or destroy us. One of my brothers, he betrayed us, sold the grove's location in exchange for rank. He reached down, running his hand over the stone. I burned it, cut down half the trees, slaughtered my students. His voice didn't shake, but his eyes had gone far, far away. I tried to fight them like I was taught, gracefully, controlled. But rage doesn't listen to rhythm. He looked at Kenji then, his eyes sharp, unguarded. I lost control. I survived, but I lost everything. Kenji stared at the grove in a new way. This wasn't just a place of training. It was a graveyard, a sacred ruin wearing the mask of a forest. And Sato wasn't just some eccentric old master. He was the last living thread of something almost erased. Why tell me now? Kenji asked. Sato took a long breath. Because soon, you'll face more than fists. You'll face purpose. And before that happens, you need to know what this grove really is. He stood, brushing the rain from his robe. It's not a hiding place. He looked up at the trees. It's a promise. That night, Kenji didn't train. He sat beneath the oldest willow, the one with scars in its trunk, and let the rain soak into his skin. He thought about all the warriors who had trained where he now stood. He thought about betrayal, about legacy, about rage, and rhythm, and restraint. And for the first time, he thought not just about fighting, but about protecting. Chapter 14. Return of the Flame. It began with the smoke. This time, it rose closer, thicker, blacker, and laced with the stench of burning wood. By the time Kenji saw the glow through the trees, villagers were already sprinting up the path to the grove. The lower fields are burning, one shouted. They're here, they're coming for the grove. Sato stood at the edge of the clearing, gaze calm, but his fingers gripped the end of his staff tighter than Kenji had ever seen. It's early, he murmured. I thought we had more time. Kenji turned to him. We have to stop them. No, Sato said. You have to wait. Kenji's fists clenched. We can't just let them burn this place down. And if you go in without control, what makes you any different than the ones who destroyed it before? That cut deep. But Kenji didn't flinch. I know who I am now, he said, voice steady. And I know why I'm fighting. Sato studied him, then gave a single nod. Then go. But remember, you are the willow, not the fire. Kenji took off through the trees, heart pounding, each step fluid like water, no hesitation. As he neared the edge of the village, the world shifted. Flames licked at rooftops. Bandits in patchwork armor raided storage sheds, torched carts and dragged villagers from their homes. And in the center of it all, the bandit lieutenant, the same man from the riverbend, scarred, angry, and now armored in black leather and bone. I told you we'd be back, the man bellowed. Where's your dancing monkey now? Kenji stepped into the square, unarmed. The bandit grinned. You're kidding? No sword? No armor? Kenji stepped forward slowly, arms loose at his sides. Don't need it. The bandit snarled and charged. The clash was fast, blades sweeping for his throat. Kenji ducked, rolled, spun sideways, and let his momentum carry him just beyond reach. He moved like silk on fire, every dodge closer to a taunt than a retreat. But the lieutenant was strong, smarter this time. He feinted, pivoted, caught Kenji in the shoulder with the butt of his sword. Kenji stumbled. The fire in his blood rose, and with it, the risk of falling back into old habits. He steadied himself. Breathe. Feel the thread. The wind shifted behind him. He dropped low as the next strike came, then flipped forward, sliding beneath the bandit's legs, came up behind him. A swift elbow to the kidney, a sweeping leg to take him down. The crowd gasped. Kenji didn't hear them. He heard branches. He heard flow. The lieutenant swung wildly, now off balance, off rhythm. Kenji dipped, twisted, spun, then struck 2 fingers to the throat, a willow-sharp jab to the solar plexus. The man collapsed in the dirt, gasping like a fish out of water. The villagers stood in stunned silence. Kenji faced the remaining bandits. Leave, now, or next time, I won't be dancing. They ran. By the time Sato arrived, the fires were dying and the people were cheering. But Kenji was sitting alone in the ashes. Sato joined him quietly. You didn't burn, he said. Kenji nodded. But I almost did. Sato looked around at the smoldering edges of the grove. That's the last test, to face fire and choose not to become it. Chapter 15, The Breaking Point. The grove was quiet again, but this time the silence didn't feel peaceful. It felt hollow. Kenji sat beneath the old willow, a fresh bandage wrapped across his shoulder, smoke-stained tunic still clinging to him. His muscles ached, his hands trembled, not from pain, but from something heavier. He had won, but the way he won haunted him. That moment when the bandit hit him, the rage, the heat, he had almost lost himself, almost slipped back into the fighter who swung first and thought later. He had nearly burned the grove from the inside. Sato approached quietly, carrying a bowl of herbal tea and 2 small clay cups. He sat without a word, poured the tea, handed one to Kenji. Kenji didn't drink. I thought I was past this, he muttered. I thought I had it under control. You do, Sato said. Mostly. Kenji laughed bitterly. Mostly's not enough. Sato looked up at the trees. Control isn't about never slipping. It's about knowing when you're slipping and stopping yourself before the fall. Kenji looked at his hands. I felt it again, Sato. That same heat, that same voice in my head saying, break him, hurt him. Sato sipped his tea, then said quietly, so did I. Kenji turned. Sato rarely spoke of himself. He was always the wise one, the composed one. But now, something in his eyes was different. When the grove was attacked all those years ago, Sato said, I held it together until I saw my youngest student cut down in front of me. A boy barely older than you when you first came here. He held up his hand, fingers curled slightly. I snapped. I broke the rhythm. I used everything I knew, every graceful motion to kill like an animal. Kenji was silent. I won the fight, Sato said, but I destroyed the grove's soul in the process. I became what I was trying to protect us from. His voice dropped. I lost more than my students that day. I lost myself. The breeze moved through the branches above, slow and soft, like the trees were grieving with them. Kenji finally sipped the tea. It was bitter, but grounding. I don't want to be that version of me again, he said. You won't, Sato said, because now you see him. And seeing is the first step to healing. They sat in silence for a long time. Then, as the moon began to rise, Sato rose to his feet and looked down at him. You've reached the edge of the grove, Kenji. Kenji furrowed his brow. What does that mean? Sato gave a faint, knowing smile. It means the next step isn't training. He turned toward the woods. It's becoming. Chapter 16, The Willow Awakens. Sato handed him a small pouch of dried herbs, a flask of water, and nothing else. No weapons, no guidance, the master said. You'll spend the night in the heart tree. Kenji tightened the pouch at his belt. To meditate, to remember, Sato replied. Everything you've learned, everything you've forgotten, everything you buried just to survive. He placed a hand on Kenji's shoulder. When the grove speaks, listen. When your past knocks, open the door. Kenji nodded, heart already racing. Then he walked, alone, into the deepest part of the forest. The heart tree stood like a giant sentinel, its bark thick with age, branches thick enough to cradle small clouds. Beneath it, the roots formed a natural shelter, a quiet hollow kissed by the wind. Kenji sat cross-legged in the center. He breathed in the scent of moss, rain-soaked bark, and something else. Memory. The night came slow. The stars blinked into the sky like watching eyes, and the wind began to move differently, circling, whispering, testing him. Kenji closed his eyes and listened. He heard footsteps his own, years ago, storming out of dojos, fists swinging at shadows. He heard Hana's voice. You're like a storm in a teacup. Everyone gets wet. He heard Sato's laughter. You fight like fire, but sometimes wind beats fire. And then, he heard nothing, just breath. And beneath that, a pulse, his own, and something else. The groves. He moved slowly, rising to his feet without thought. His body followed rhythms he didn't consciously recall. Arms flowing, feet gliding, head tilting like a leaf drifting down river. There was no effort, no mind, only motion. The heart tree seemed to bend with him, its branches swaying, guiding. For a moment, Kenji wasn't in the grove. He was the grove, the willow, in full bloom. The branch that bends before it breaks. The wind that carries the storm without becoming it. When the sun finally crested the horizon, Sato stood at the grove's edge, waiting. Kenji emerged barefoot, robes loose, hair windblown. Something in his eyes had changed, calm, but burning from within. He didn't speak, he simply bowed. Sato returned it, then smiled. You're ready. Chapter 17, Jewel in the Grove. They came at dawn, no warning, this time. No smoke, no shouting, just the sudden crack of boots in the underbrush and the glint of blades between the trees. 20 men, and at the front him, the bandit warlord, towering, broad-shouldered armor layered in jagged metal and animal hides. His eyes were small, cruel. A sword like a butcher's cleaver hung at his back. Sato stood at the edge of the grove, staff in hand. Unmoving, Kenji stepped past him, alone. The warlord laughed when he saw him. You're the one they sent. The dancer? Kenji didn't answer. He just stepped into the grove's center, barefoot, arms loose, breath steady. The trees were watching now, silent, still. Even the wind held its breath. The bandit sneered. You die first. He drew his blade with a roar and charged. Kenji waited. He didn't block, didn't flinch. He moved, a step to the side, a sway, a pivot so subtle the blade barely kissed his sleeve. The warlord swung again, slower this time, confused. Kenji spun low, let the wind catch his robes, and danced. The crowd didn't know what they were seeing. It wasn't martial arts, it wasn't combat. It was poetry in motion. The warlord roared, swinging wildly now, blades clanging against branches, slicing leaves instead of flesh. Kenji dipped backward, one hand brushing the grass, and rose like smoke, driving a sharp elbow into the warlord's ribs, then vanished again before a counter-strike could land. "You little..." Another slash, another miss. Kenji flowed past him like rain. The warlord turned, panting now. "You afraid to fight like a man?" Kenji finally spoke. "I'm not a man." He stepped forward. "I'm the willow." With that he struck. No fury, no wasted motion. A pivot, a feint, a drop to one knee, and a rising palm to the warlord's chin. Fast enough to stun, slow enough to feel. The warlord staggered. Kenji followed, each movement a thread pulled tight. A spin, a sweep, a final strike. Open palm, center chest, thump. The warlord fell backward like a tree cut from the root. Silence fell over the grove. Then, one of the bandits dropped his sword. Then another, and another. They turned and fled. Sato stepped forward, nodding once. "The grove lives." Kenji breathed in, long and slow. And for the first time he felt whole. Not angry, not unsure, not even proud. Just rooted. Chapter 18. A new route. The grove was quiet again. But this time, it wasn't hiding. It was resting. The bandits were gone. The fires had burned out. The scars remained. But like the willows, they were part of the story now. Not something to erase, but something to grow through. Kenji stood beneath the heart tree, barefoot, eyes closed, feeling the rhythm of the wind wrap around him like an old friend. Sato approached, slower than usual. His voice was soft. "You've done what I couldn't." Kenji turned. "I didn't win alone." "No," Sato nodded. "You won because you were no longer alone." He looked around the grove. "Your fight was never just about technique. It was about becoming something bigger than your anger. And now, the grove has a new guardian." Kenji's heart sank a little. "You're leaving, aren't you?" Sato smiled faintly. "I've been a leaf for too long. It's time I let the wind carry me somewhere else." He held out his old sake gourd empty. Kenji took it with both hands. "You'll fill it differently now," Sato said, "with what you choose to pass on." Then he turned. And just like that, he walked into the forest. No ceremony, no farewell. Just gone, like wind through leaves. Weeks passed. Kenji rebuilt the grove, with help from the villagers. They planted new willows, mended the bridges, cleared the old paths that led to the broken stone of Ryoken Dojo. And there, under the largest tree, he hung a single wooden sign, "The Way of the Willow." He didn't recruit students. He didn't wear robes. He simply trained, and slowly, they came, one by one. The curious, the broken, the lost, the angry. And Kenji taught them, not to fight like him, but to listen like the willows. To bend, to breathe, to become. One day, as the wind moved through the trees just right, a child asked him, "Master Kenji, what's the most powerful move in Willow Fist?" Kenji smiled. He raised his arms and danced. The end.